Yes, guys, welcome back to erebuilds. Welcome to erebuilds. The drift build, Grandpa drift build series continue. So, guys, what I'm doing actually is taking this harness, this complete harness out. From on the car, because it seems like this harness have an electrical short in it, so we have to rewire the whole complete car with a different harness. Yes, guys, so we have to take this harness completely out. I never done it this way before. Normally I would take the engine out to take the harness off and all that stuff, but I got to fish this harness off of the engine because I want to make sure that this engine is running. So we got a bit of work cut out here for us fishing this harness out. We got a ground wire right under here. We're gonna try to get that ground wire out. Allen Rebuild. Shout out to Allen Rebuild up there in New York, New York, New York. So guys, if you just joined us here on the live, we're wiring this whole complete car with a different complete harness. We want to start it to make sure make sure everything's functioning before we start to proceed with the project, because if we don't do that, then we might run into problems with electrical issue, trying to figure out this, figuring out that. So we just make sure that the car is running, everything is functioning on the car, and then we could proceed with the build. So I guess stages that we got to go through with this. Because we use back most of the Nissan stuff, like the harnesses and stuff like that. We're putting back the original dashboard back in there. So you know when you get these cars from the auction, they'll tell you they'll give you a brief description of what's going on with the car, but then when you get it, it's a different story. So this one was just like an engine, like motor problems, but as you can see, someone had some wires run on this from down in the back. All these wires here, you know, extra wires in there, so we don't know what's going on. So can be the computer because we already swapped the computer BCM key, the 4 major components, put some other 4 major components in there, so we still have the same issue, so that means we have an electrical issue. And if you guys know anything about electrical, it takes a lot of time. Might be something minor, but it's time consuming. Time we don't have. We gotta get the build going. We gotta get the build going, guys. So we don't have the time to keep tracing wires, and so we're just gonna rewire the whole complete thing. So guys, I'm thinking about changing the color of this build. So if you guys have any ideas, you know, as far as color, because one thing I don't like to do is like have the outside of the car in one color, the engine bay is like totally off from the outside of the car. I like to keep it, you know, contrast with each other. So if you can do, let's say we can do a outside with a red or something like that. You do like a dark, you know, something that contrasts with the outside. But you don't want, I don't like to see like you have outside of the car red and then you pop the engine bay and it's red underneath there, totally, completely off. Guys, I know you guys might not see exactly what I'm doing, but I'm just walking through the steps what I'm doing. I'm pretty much rewiring this whole complete car before I start the work. The whole dashboard is gutted out. We pretty much, I pretty much take the whole complete harness out. I'll bring you give you a close-up shot with the inside what I did. So now we're gonna take the engine harness off. This is the firewall harness that I'm taking out right now. So I'll show you how I rewire this whole complete car. Ah, damn. Hold on, guys. My dog get out. Damn. Come here. Figured he was gonna get out. Hey guys, I'm back. Guys, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. My dogs are get out of the cage, so you don't want a pit bull to be running around. The neighbor might take him out. Yeah, guys. So we have plans of changing the color on this car. So you guys got any great ideas of color? Something a little different from the norm. Just leave it in the comment section, guys. So guys, what I'm doing, fishing this whole complete harness out. There's 3 major harness, pretty much, that I'm taking out. The underdash harness, the firewall harness, and the engine harness. Try to get the harness off of the water bottle, but you know he's always got a lot of dirt and debris. Let's get something to catch the water out of the windshield washer bottle. To put this windshield washer bottle, the bolts for this windshield washer bottle way up in there on the radiator support, man. I'm telling you, if you don't know what what you're looking for, you wouldn't even be able to get this bottle off. Guys, let me set the camera so you guys can see me clearly. Well, that would be awesome, man. Orville Duncan, what's up? How you doing? The G35 is a good it's a good project too. Good project car. Guys, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up, guys. Some of these clips, it'll be very, very hard, guys. Especially, you don't have a splash shield under the car, and then all of the dirt and all that stuff get into the between the clip. It makes it a little challenging. And because you don't want to break anything, you got to take your time to get it off. That's one. Part this up outside. Guys, I move the camera so you can see me a lot better. I would really love to bring the camera a little closer so you can see what I'm doing, but don't have a cameraman, so I gotta So what we're doing is, what I'm doing is to get this harness out of here. Let's try to disconnect the ABS. The ABS wire. Yes, guys, if you just joined us on the live, guys, we're just starting this round for the new drift build machine. We got a G35, but I just love the Z's, the Z platform. So that's why we're gonna do this 350Z. We're gonna release some of these wires right here for these wires that's under here now is for the fan, the radiator fan. I'm excited to hear this car start. Warm up the motor. It's good. What I should have done first is to put a 19 on there and turn the motor and make sure it's turning. I'll take the harness out, and then we'll do that together. So guys, this harness come down here, then it wrap around the bottom, then it come up here to the horn, and to the AC, and to the for the airbag impact sensor. So that's what we're disconnecting right now. Let's get this out of the way. Shout out Craig, what's going on, bud? How you doing? No, we're not playing over here, man. We just getting it on, man. I try to get some of these plastic clips saved, but you know, this car been around so long, you know, a lot of these clips is dry rotted, you know. But nevertheless, the ones we could get off, we take off. The ones that break, well, we're just plastic tight. So guys, we're trying to see if we get this car. I don't know if you noticed, guys, that we did if you haven't watched that video, we did Z Nationals this year with the 370Z. That's parked right on the side over here. We got it covered down. So we're trying to get this ready. See if we can make it the next year's Z Nationals looking crazy. See if we can make it for Z Nationals with the two Nissans for Z Nationals. The 370 and the 350. We want to put two of these cars in the show for next year. All goes well. Guys, this is what I love to do, man. This is my love working on cars. Love sharing my knowledge. Any bit of knowledge I have with these cars, man, that's what I love to do. Some people love fishing, some people like, you know, doing movies, but I enjoy working on cars. Pulling them apart, putting them back together. And whatever bit of knowledge that I can share along the way, you know. That's what I love to do. So guys, this harness, if you're just joining us here on the live, guys, so I'm rewiring this whole car with a different complete harness because this this car, when I put the scan on it, it's not communicating with the computer is not communicating with this main fuse box right here for the engine, which is this main fuse box. So I swapped that out. You see, I bought one from I ordered one from eBay, the exact part number. Because if you don't go by the part number, some of these, the wipers will start moving. So I get the exact part number with this little sticker right here for the one that's going on here. So if you're just joining us on the live, that's what we're doing. We got to rewire this car first. Make sure that before we start proceeding with the project, we're going to make sure that everything is communicating, because if not, we'll end up having to start a project and then stuck midstream. We don't want that. Anything erebuilds start, we got to finish. So then we got the harness that comes all the way here and then run on the other side, on this side. So we had to move the brake boost out of the way, lift the ABS sensor up. We didn't disconnect that, just lift it up. And the reason why I'm explaining myself, guys, because I know if we bring the camera here, you might not be able to see. So I'm explaining as I go along. And so I don't know, along the way, sometimes you know, whoever had this car before, because you see all of the wires here is loose. So it could be a possibility that they had changed the engine harness on this car for some unknown reason. Because you see we got some purple and green wires coming up through here that somebody running some extra wires on there. In my experience with these Nissan and the G35, you know, I like to go by follow the year and the part number. If I can swap the harness, I'll try it. Because this number right here, like you see this number right here on the harness, where it says 24012, and this is a CD005, right? So if I can change that engine harness, I want it, for me, I don't know about nobody else, but I need it to swap this harness, but I have to have this part number, the same part number, so all of these pins will be able to line up, and I don't have no issues with the car. Because, you know, I had the experience with one of these one car that I had, and I thought that we could have just actually just put an engine harness on there, and then the car will fire up, but it didn't work that way. So you just pretty much gotta get the right year with the right part number, and then it'll fit right on, and then you won't have no problem. So I'm thinking that's what pretty much happened with this car, because all of these wires right here, they're all disconnected. They're not bolted down, so it could be that the previous owner had an issue with the harness, and he just probably pick up one from a junkyard. So I bought it. I own the problem, so I exactly know what to do. So I'm gonna solve the problem. So this number right here is, I like to save this. I put some tape on there. The stickers are so old. You see, it's starting to come apart. But this is so important. Unless you're a A1 electrician, then you won't have an issue. But I don't have the time to sit down go through the whole schematics. I already print off the whole schematics for this car, but I started to trace all the wires and stuff like that, do continuity to see if they got a break in the wires. Man, that's gonna take too much time. I'll take it the most straightforward way, swap this harness out. I'm not scared of pulling the car apart, any car for that matter. See, it's not that hard when you love what you're doing, you know. Not tracing wires though. I would do it on a small basic, but not sit on here, figure out this whole harness. Right. We got the 12 socket. And disconnect the power wire, the battery wire. All right, guys, so you see, this is the firewall harness. We're gonna move this to the side. We got the firewall harness up. Now we're gonna take the engine harness out, guys. So I'll bring you a little closer in. Guys, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up, guys. So guys, what I'm starting to do now is to take this engine harness out. So you see, even the damn. Let me just check and see if this motor is turning. What we got here? 21. So we check the motor and see if it's turning. That way, that's what we gotta start first. Either way, we still gotta change the harness anyway. So we just check, make sure the engine is turning. Seems like it's a 19. Let's feed again. 21 too big. I think it's a 19. Guys, thanks for logging in. Thanks for tuning in to erebuilds. Appreciate every one of you guys for taking the time out of your busy schedule to just lock in. with us on this build series. So guys, the engine is turning. So now we know that the engine is not locked. So the engine is turning, so now we can just take that harness out. Guys, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend to lock in with erebuilds. All right, let's take some of this stuff off of here. Put it on the cart. VQ Nation, man. I love the Infinity and Nissan platform. So the way we're gonna take this out, I'm gonna take it out from the brackets. Lift these brackets up. See, they got they don't even put back a plug, a bolt inside of there. I wonder if they got any plugs in here. Let's see. Probably didn't even have no plugs in here. Motor probably shut. Oh, you got a plug in there. We can try to get this started anyway, so that's all right. Let's see if the motor is good. The VQ is gonna make some power now. You know, I was at Z Nationals, man, and I see a guy with a rev-up motor. Actually, he won the, he had the, with 860 horsepower onto a rev-up motor. That's pretty good, man. And he told me he could have probably pushed it a little more. They had to actually take the stuff out of the trunk. And someone had to sit in the trunk to hold it down on the dyno, because it's actually starting to slip on the dyno. That's pretty good. Grandpa I don't think I want to go to 860 horsepower with this. I'll probably get, I feel comfortable with at least a 5, 6. You know what I mean? Because that power will go to your head. And then, you know, the troopers will be right there waiting for you. And I'm thinking I'm too old now to start running from the law now. Try to be an outlaw. So I see at least about 500, 600. I think I'll be comfortable with that. So we're disconnecting the oxygen sensor. So that's one part of the harness we got out so far. It's the engine harness now, guys, that we're taking out of here. So it's always a little challenging when you do it like this, but because I want to check the motor, I don't want to drop that motor and then go put it back in and just to start it. I'll take my time and fish this harness out of here. I'll fish the next one back in there so we can fire it up. All right, let's get the try to get that power steering switch off. Guys, even that power steering switch right there, that switch on that power steering, I think it's like a 5 volts, something like that. That could actually show the computer or the watt on these cars, all experience. Brian, what's up? Well, I don't have a time frame of how long I figure it's going to take. Because, you know, when you're doing a project, pretty much is like, there's so many things, you know, that you want to do. I want to put a wide body kit on here. That's the whole, so I got to pretty much cut the back, cut the fenders, so that when I put the wide tires on the back, pretty much the wider tires on the back. So I don't really want to rush through it. I just want to make sure that it's a drift build, but I still want it to look, you know what I mean, look nice, sound nice, look good, and have some good power. So I just don't want to go out there with having it with some bash bars and the norm. Nah, I don't want to do that. I want to have it looking nice. So guys, you might miss me, but I'm down on the bottom trying to get the wire harness off. Guys, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up. So I'm gonna travel on the bottom to get this harness for the alternator. The oil pressure sensor. That's what we're trying to take out right now. So we're trying to take out the alternator wire right now. Yeah, so we finally get that alternator wire out. That would have been. Now we're gonna get the power steering switch, the switch off for the power steering line, that pressure switch. It's all about taking your time, guys. We got that off. So let's see. All right, we got that off. Damn, mosquito. One thing I found out with working on these Nissans, you know, especially the Z and the Gs, well, pretty soon I would get some more experience with the Q50, but you can't put a jump wire on these cars because damn, I might go lift this Plenum because this harness right here pretty much coming from under the Plenum, and they have the knot sensor. It's coming from under the Plenum. It's busted, and we have another busted wire here. So what I might have to end up doing is to lift this Plenum, get down at the bottom, swap that harness out from down at the bottom. That way we can come back up with the right harness, because we don't know what's going on with this right here. We don't know if wires touching in the bottom, and we don't want to, this harness that we're putting in, we definitely don't want to burn none of the modules out. So I guess that will be the next part for today. We're just going to lift this Plenum after we get this harness fish out from the bottom. All right, guys, so we have a bolt somewhere around here, 10mm bolt. Bolt this harness down on the side here. We're gonna try to get it up. We're taking the harness off of the coil packs right now. All right, so let's take that 10mm out. Hold on the harness, we gotta get under, guys, underneath to take it off of the gearbox. Fish that harness off of the box. And then we're gonna lift that Plenum. Jason, what's up? Thank you, brother. To everyone that's on the live, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for taking some time out of your busy schedule to lock in with erebuilds, guys. So if you're just tuning in to the live, slight recap, guys. This is a Grandpa Drift build. So we're trying to get it started. I have electrical issues, so, and anyone know anything, when it comes to electrical issues, you got a lot of issues. All right. We got part of that out, guys, so now we gotta bolt, a 10 bolt somewhere around here on the bottom right there. We gotta get it out. let's get a sharp 10 and try to fish that bolt out on the side of the engine to take that release the harness. And guys, then I'm gonna bring you guys underneath the car with me, guys, where I'm taking that harness off of the yes. This is gonna be a fun build, man. I'm gonna take the so guys, I'm using a short 10. There's a 10 right on to the that water port. Guys, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up so that YouTube could continue pushing the video, guys. We'll be coming live Saturday and Sundays with this build, guys. So stay locked in. With us on Saturday and Sunday with the live process of this build. Because it might take us a little while, you know, we'll switch it up a little bit. You know, it might be working on the Q50 motor. So stay locked in, guys. But this is where we at right here with this right now. I think we gotta try to get that from underneath, guys. So this is what we're gonna do. Guys, this is crazy, but I'm gonna bring you guys under the car with me. I don't wanna. We'll try to jack it up a little higher. Push it up a little notch. Let's see how we can get this from under there. We only got like pretty much one bolt, and then we gotta take the wire harness off of the gearbox. So we're trying to get some tools so we can crawl under here and make it happen. Let's move this. We might go to drop the gearbox a little bit to get, there's a bracket on the, to get that sensor off of the. And just drop I'm gonna take the boot from around the gear shift. Guys, I'm gonna bring you down low with me on there. That way you don't think that I'm gone. We're gonna. This is a 2003 Nissan 350Z that we're doing at drift build with, guys. The camera gonna shake a little bit, guys. So I want to show you right underneath what I'm doing, fishing that harness out. So I'm gonna crawl under there now, guys. And we're gonna fish that harness out together. So while I'm under here, I'm dropping the camera down a little bit, guys, so we can go under the car and see. It's a lot of dirt under there. We'll take it down low so you guys can see under there. Guys, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up, guys. We'll take you under here with us. So guys, I can't bring the camera all the way under, but at least you can see what I'm doing and I explain to you what I'm doing. So there's a bolt lock hole in the harness right now on the back of the motor, right on the water pipe. So I got to try to get that bolt off. All right, we're gonna take this brace out. It's a 14 and a 19. All right, guys, we can get under there and take that brace out first. Yeah, guys, this is a 350Z. So you can snap that brake from under there. Carlos M 8966. We're doing this is a grandpa drift build, man. You know the old boys got to get some fun too. So right now what we're doing, we're taking the harness off of this car because it's not starting. So we got to rewire the whole car. So we pull the dash harness out already, the firewall harness. So now we're taking off the engine harness off of this, so we can actually rewire the whole car with a whole complete different harness, because we don't know, you know, the previous owner, when we bought it from the auction, you know, it wouldn't start. They said it was a motor, but when I got here now, it got electrical issue. So and we don't want to start, because you know, with these cars, if you don't have the right harness, so if someone has pretty much switched the harness, they probably had that electrical issue. So they got wires running from under the Plenum. So we gotta take that Plenum up to see what they do down under there electrically. You got a lot of dirt under here. It looked like shit. They were drifting too, but drifting in a dirt pit like me. We gotta move that the jack stand right here so we can get to this 14 bolt right here. And take out, those was 14s that we moved right there. So now we got some 19s over here that we got to take off. So guys, you gotta be careful when you're taking this bar off. It could hit you right in the top of your head. If you got a lift, it's easier. You don't, then don't worry about it. It still can be done. So I'm trying to get the harness out from this engine harness. So we got the, which is a crank sensor right here. And the oxygen sensor wires. And then we got one wire that going down to the, we got the starter wire we gotta get off. But meanwhile, first we gotta take that the wire on the back of the motor. And the knot sensor, we gotta get that unplugged. So we can get some dust over here. But that's alright, we're troopers, man. I'm a trooper. Whatever gotta be done. We're not scared of it. Guys, I love doing this work, man. It don't get old at all. I love doing body work. Love the mechanic side of it. It give you a, it's like, what I love about it is like, you know, there's a lot of challenges, you know. And you just gotta think through the process, then go at it. For the electrical, it's a lot more time consuming. But with this, we don't have the time. If I had the time, I would have figured it out. But I just don't have the time. I just want to get this built up because we're trying to make it for Z Nationals 2026. So we got to put in the time now. We don't have no time to waste. It's like when we put in the 70 together, that was we make that for the 2024 Z Nationals. So still got some work to do to the 370. We actually have to, you know, put some brakes, big brakes and stuff on there. So we got a John up there at Z1 Motorsports. He's tuned it. So it's pretty decent for what it is, you know. All right, so guys, that's a 10 that was on there, a short little 10. We got that out. Now we're gonna take your harness. We're gonna proceed to take the rest of the harness off of this motor. All right, we're gonna take the starter wire off. We got a little pick. Guys, you got a lot of dust under there. Hey, dirt. But hey, that's part of the game, man. I'm not scared of it. Guys, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up, guys. So you have joined us here on the live. We're trying to get this what do with the 10? 350Z Grandpa new drift build up. Get started. So make sure the electrical part of it is good. Can't do nothing unless the electrical part is good. Guys, it would be nice to have a camera person here holding the camera while I'm showing you what I'm doing, but I gotta tell you as I'm doing it, because can't want what we don't have. So right now we're gonna disconnect the harness, which is the crank sensor. So we're getting somewhere, guys. Now this harness that's on the side of the motor, on the side of the box, we're gonna use a 10 gear wrench to take that out. The most challenging one is pretty much when we get down to the back of the gearbox. There's a switch on the back of the box. I gotta figure out how to get that wire out. But you'll figure it out as you go along, you know. So guys, you see we're getting somewhere. We're getting this harness off. We just gotta, there's no way, just bring this up to the top. So this switch right here, guys, we get in there. We get in there, guys. It's another wire off. I'm hoping I don't have to drop the back of the box. Got to fish the wire on the back of the gearbox. Hoping I can get it. So guys, see all those bushings, everything gotta change because, well, all those suspension pretty much gotta, those gonna be tossed. When we put an angle kit on here, that's one more bolt closer to the harness, guys, being out. This one, we get to this one right here. And get a long clip remover. Guys, thanks for Harbor Freight, man. Back in the days, we had a S-gear. I don't know if you guys know about S-gear tools. Craftsman, Sears. All right. Get that clip off. So see guys, we get that clip off. Now we can pull this harness up from on the other side on top now. That wasn't bad. All right guys, so let's lift the camera back up. All right guys, we're gonna lift the camera back up now. We got that harness pretty much hanging. So you're gonna see some shaking. So guys, let me show you the inside, what I did. We gotta gut the inside too. All right, we'll just walk to the side guys so I can show you the inside of the car. So we had to, before we pull that harness out. So we got pretty much, this is you got right here that's the under dash harness right there. You have right there. And the firewall harness that we have on the floor. So look at guys, we pull the whole thing down, look. You see, we got everything in the back right here. So we take everything out of there. So we had to pull all that stuff down. Because what you gotta do, you gotta ease the blower box back. So you gotta take that bar off. We had to move that bar. See, we just unbolt it from over there, unbolt it over here. It's 12mm bolts. And move that back so we can pull it out of the firewall, through the firewall, because if not, we can't get that harness past those heater core, the heater core pipes that come out of the back of the box. So we had to take all that stuff out. Yeah, I know dash work is dash work is challenging, but you know, I guess. And you know, like I did a video on the G35, like the 0835, you have like water. They have a water issue where the water comes in and goes right into the beast, right into the it comes down, the water comes down and it goes right into they have a plug pretty much supposed to go through the firewall, and that's on the G35. But for some reason the water comes down, come in, and then the channel that on the bottom of the channel is so small. Not on this car guys, I'm talking about the G35. I'm just explaining to you. You know, sometimes with dash work, what you gotta do, the extra mile you have to go. So like that, I had to pull the dash out in order to get to that hose, pretty much that the water comes down out to the sunroof and it clogs down in the bottom. Infinity make a smaller hole for that. I don't know. So if you can see right here, guys, on this 350Z, pretty much over there, I had to pull back all that dash to get that harness, firewall harness out. So you guys get a little shaking, but pretty much we steady up right now. So we're gonna pull that harness out. So we gotta pull this harness from this engine harness. We gotta snake it out from here now. I'm gonna disconnect the fuel line. Let's get that out of the way. You gotta be careful with these fuel lines when you're taking them off because you got pressure sometimes, and it'll come back and hit you right in your face. All right, so this is our engine harness here now, guys. As I said, we don't know what's going on with this harness. If we got a broken wire, something on the CAN bus system, we don't know. But if you ask me, I think they changed the engine harness. They'll probably change this harness, and I think pretty much when they change this harness, and that was it. The vehicle won't start. They get frustrated and say, man, I don't know where else to go. They didn't realize that these cars, if you're not pretty much, so this is one, the engine harness. Now we gotta pelt this to the side. All right, guys. So now we're gonna lift that planner. Guys, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up, guys. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for staying locked in. You guys could be anywhere now, doing anything, but at least, you know, here with erebuilds. So now I'm gonna pull that Plenum up because as you see, they got some wires sticking up there. I don't know what those wires for. You know, could be broken wires, but you know, right now we can't take no chances and put another computer wired up, wire back up the car, and then we got wires all over the place that raw wires that burn the computer out. We don't want to do that. So what are you gonna do now? We can just jack this down. We're gonna bring the jack stands back down and then so we can get at that plan and figure out what those wires that sticking up there, where they're going. Just checking to make sure it stands in the right place. All right, let's set up a little table so we can put those stuff on, the Plenum and all that stuff. Or we put this here so we can put a Plenum on top of that when we take it off. Family gauge. My ratchet don't want to engage. And use it in a minute. The air ratchet don't want to work, guys, so we have and we don't have the battery ratchet here with us. We're gonna use this in a minute. All right, we gotta go the manual way. We gotta do it by hand. It's gonna take forever, but the air ratchet is not working, guys, so can't go to Harbor Freight right now. We're in the middle of a live. We don't have a battery ratchet, but it's not here. Get the container, put those bolts and nuts in. Or a little box. A little box will work. Alright, so guys, so I'm gonna blow this. We're getting ready to lift this Plenum now, so I'm gonna just do some blowing. We don't want no dust to fall on the motor. The valve cover gaskets don't look bad. They don't, cause normally on these G35 guys, G35 and 350Zs, these have a tendency of leaking oil right down on the manifold, or even on the back here. So these don't look bad, but pretty much as long as I fire this motor up and everything good, cause I got low miles on the motor, and what I'll do, I'll go to the Nissan dealer, cause the aftermarket valve cover gasket don't ever sit right on these cars. So I go to the Nissan dealer, put a set of gaskets on here, because the Plenum will be already up already. So I'll just change the gaskets so that, you know, later on, if I decide to sell the motor, that it would already have, whoever buy the motor would already have good gaskets on there. We got a water line on here, guys. We got another line on the back. pretty clean in here. See in here, it's pretty clean, guys. Normally, sometimes like engine pushing back a lot of oil. It got up in here, it's full of oil. So this engine look pretty clean. So we just gotta wire it up, make sure that I fire it up. All of these lines here be brittle. Yeah. By the time you push them, they crack, the hoses. Well, we should find a replacement hose somewhere around here. All right, we'll put back this two lines back in here. All right, guys, we didn't have the air ratchet, but we still get a Plenum taken off. So now we're gonna cover those intake ports have a little nest down here. So you gotta cover that to make sure that nothing don't go in the motor. Engine is pretty clean, man, damn. No carbon built up on the valves. So let's plug those and then we just blow that we try to see if we can fish that wire out. If not, we might gotta go up. We might gotta take the fuel rail out to get that harness. They're going under the fuel rail. Pretty much. We're going to the knock sensor. So we ain't got no other choice but to lift that rail. All right, so let's block those holes, and we're gonna blow. We gotta blow that take that nest out. I don't know what kind of nest. We don't want no debris get down inside this motor for sure. So guys, if you was to change your valve cover gaskets, now here would be what you would do now, just lift that plenum, move your harness out of the way, lift the plenum, and then you could get to all your valve cover gaskets right here. As you see, it's a bit of work, you know, so they'll probably charge you. Thanks for Real Talk 8749. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you, man. So guys, right, so right here, guys, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. So guys, watch it, we have a nest here. So that's to show you how long this shit been parked up. Look at this, guys. I don't know if it's a bird nest, a rat nest, but I know it's a nest. It's some kind of nest going on right there, guys. So we're gonna blow that out. So we bring the camera a little closer, guys, so you can see pretty much right on top of there what I'm doing. I'm gonna walk in a little closer. So we gotta blow that out. And then what I gotta do, I gotta lift this fuel rail. Because guys, if you know tuning in, pretty much where we wind this whole car, because we got some raw wires all the way around. The car won't start. So we got to rewire the whole car. We pretty much got the whole interior, take all of the harness out, fish the whole complete harness. We got to rewire the whole car with a different harness. So if you're just tuning in and trying to figure out what I'm doing, you know, in order for me to get this drift build up and running, we got to get the electrical side of it, so we get this motor start. So that's what I'm doing, guys. So now, as you can see, We got wires all over the place that we don't know where they're going. We got this wire, then we got another wire, but this wire like it's going underneath. So I don't know, someone pretty much went at this car already. So we got to lift. I know that down here under here is the knock sensor. If you guys not familiar with this VQ motor, they got the knock sensor. I want to try to get some of this dust out of here. Probably a squirrel, call it. Got these little nuts on top of there. So the car won't start. Don't care what to do. I bought a IPBM put in there because it wasn't communicating with the computer. There wasn't on the online with the CAN bus system. So obviously you can see that all this stuff here going on. So we gotta pretty much figure out what all these raw wires going. Well, I actually gotta change all those wires. So we can get a 12 socket and lift that fuel rail. Right, we gotta lift, move this right here. So guys, I just move that so we can get a little play on to get the 12 bolt that's sitting right down on the fuel rail. So I can pull this back a little bit, get my socket down here, and move it. So we're not gonna pull the injectors out, we're just gonna lift the whole complete fuel rail intake. Cause the whole objective is to get to the knock sensor, figure out what that wire that cut off, where it's going. We got a magnet, so we're gonna drop none of those bolts. Ooh, bang. So guys, we're trying to, if you're joining us, just joining us, we're trying to get Grandpa Drift build. See if we can make it for Z Nationals 2026, guys. We got a lot of work to put in. And we'll be only working on the weekends. So we're coming live every Saturday and Sunday with this build. We might got some other stuff going on in between, like, you know. And we'll still bring that to you, still live too, with a Q50. So we really don't know what's going on with electrical on this because we got open wires. So we be start working blind. Don't know where to go. So we're gonna rewire the whole complete car with a whole different harness. While we're here, we might as well order, probably, I just order 2 gaskets from Nissan for this. All right, let's rest this back here a minute. We get a light, we gotta disconnect that harness on the bottom. We got a wire. We got to move. Move that over there. We don't need no mishaps. End up in all the bolts fall in the motor. Shit. Then we gotta pull the whole motor apart. All right, guys, so see what's going on here now. We got, this is the fuel rail here, and we got some cut wires on here. So somebody was poking at this, so that's what I'm saying. So I gotta change this whole harness here too. So I gotta rewire the whole thing. This is the knock sensor harness right here. So we put this to the side. Now we got this knock sensor. What the hell? How the hell did it get us like this? So I don't know. So we're gonna probably, for sure, we're gonna, you know something, before we go any further, we gotta block these ports, make sure that nothing don't fall on top of the valve. So we gotta start get some more tissue or something, put in there to block those holes. And we want to make sure we get some good clean rags. Make sure, look, make sure you ain't got nothing on there, because you'll be having to do some crazy extra work. So we can cut these and plug. We need six pieces to plug those ports. And then we're gonna blow all that debris down there, because we got some debris down there. So before we go any further, we want to block those holes. That's one. Make sure I stuff it in there. That way we don't get nothing passing going on this motor. Because this bad boy got to fire up, or you can know what's going on with this motor when we're done. We're not going to just take it out and pelt it to the side. Nah, we got to figure out what's going on with it. Is it smoking? Is it knocking? What we going to figure out when we done wire it up. Jan Ronnie, what's going on, bud? How you doing? Guys, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up. Give the video a like. We'll be here on Saturday and Sunday on a live with this Grandpa Build series, guys. It's a series, so you know it's not gonna one day. You know it's not gonna take one day to finish it up, guys. So, all right, so guys, so down here we have the knot sensor, and right there with it. And a bolt get away somewhere from somebody. So this is the knot sensor wire, guys, and I don't think I ever seen a knot sensor wire this long. So it tells me that someone went somewhere down here and they was playing with this motor to try to get it started. See what I'm saying? So it could be a case apart. And if you know, see over here, it's like it burnt. So it could be, I'm gonna end up changing that knot sensor too. They gotta pull that sensor out, because if you look here, you can see that it pretty much had like a heavy spark over here. Right over there, you can see that it have a spark over here. So that's why, that explains why it could have burned a fusible link. The computer, well again, communication from the computer. So the BCM on the computer communicating on the CAN bus system, but it's not the IPBM is not coming online. So this could pretty much explain why that. And I bought another fuse box. So that was another fuse box I bought from off of eBay. But so this explains the reason why that this car don't start. So now I got to hunt for a knock sensor wire. So guys, let me show you the difference between. All right, I got this. This is a knock sensor wire right here. See, this is a whole. This is really knock. This is a knock sensor right here. So this pretty much. This is it right here. So this is one that we're going to use. So I'm going to take that knock sensor up, and we're going to use this one. And if you look at the difference, the head of the plug is the same, but look at this wire. So you know somebody went down there and was fooling with this. Look at this. This is the original knock sensor wire right here. This is the original knock sensor wire, and this, look how long this is. And look, you can see that clearly. Somebody joined the wires here. Like these wires were joined. See? So that's why I made the decision to rewire this whole complete car, because I'd be just wasting my time. And Nissan, with these cars, the Nissan and the G35, pretty much if you start to cut corners, you're gonna wind up in a whole lot of problems. This is and look at this, guys. See, this is a whole complete different wire right here altogether. See? These two different complete wires altogether for the knock sensor. So somebody went down there and put this on there. If you look at this right here, you can see that this is different wiring altogether. So it probably couldn't, they're trying to start it. So I'm gonna just blow this off. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna start back with the knock sensor. I'm gonna lift that knock sensor out of there, and I'm gonna put this in there. And then I gotta look for I'm looking for the magnet. Got a bolt down, like fell in the bottom of here. So I get that bolt out, it hit chip over here. There's a bolt in here, so somewhere like they went down here. Obviously, clearly they went down here, but This bolt is wedged in here, so I want to try to get it out without damaging this water port. Guys, I'm looking for my magnet. I don't know where the hell I put it. You know, when you're doing this kind of work, stuff easily slip out of your hand. All right, let's take that off. So we're going to remove this knock sensor. See, this is a knock sensor right here. We're going to change that knock sensor because of that little arc that we saw on that harness. And we know someone was playing with that, so we don't want to go back with that knock sensor in there. Because then it could be that the knock sensor, it could pretty much it could be burnt out inside, and then it's shutting out the whole system too. Because they were trying to, I don't know what the hell they was doing, but you know what I mean. So this could be shutting down the whole system because of with the fuse box and stuff like that. This could be shutting it down. Because you know every sensor got a short in it. Then it's going to shut the system. It's going to shut the system down. It's going to pretty much keep it offline. Guys, I'm trying to get a bolt out from down in the bottom of here, man. It shit is wedged tight as hell in there. I gotta get it up. Can't put it back up with that bolt down in there. All right, guys, so you see, you got this bolt out, 10 bolt. So I pretty much is probably when they was fixing it, probably get away and went down the bottom. But the Lord determined me how to get it out, knowing how to get it out. And not even that, that's the right thing to do anyway. So like these silicone gaskets, I would put some silicone on those gaskets. Although they're metal gaskets, I still like to be on the safe side by putting not a heavy silicone, just a light silicone, because as you can see the what you had to do to get those guys, I'm looking for the magnet and it stick on to the bottom of the damn thing right here, down the bottom here. So that's what I was there looking at for the magnet. For the magnet. All right, no. All right, so we're gonna install this knot sensor right here and bring it out to the back. You know what I should do? With this sensor, before I put it in, because I had this sensor here pretty much hanging on the in the shop. So So guys, what I want to do right here, bring my bag. So because I got this is another sensor that I have. So I got more than one sensor lying around the place. These are all good sensors, come off of good motors and stuff. But what I want to do, I just put this one so we don't get mixed up with this supposedly bad sensor. We're not gonna what we're gonna do, guys, we're gonna We want to check these wires and make sure that we're getting you know, that the wires is good. We want to check the wires and make sure that they're good. So the way I can do that, I will check the all right, guys, what I'm doing right now, I'm checking to make sure that the wires is good, because as you can see, what we gotta went through the tech to get to this knob sensor. So I'm just gonna check the wiring to make sure that we got continuity right now. That way the harness is good. But if we put it in there and got broken wires, then we screwed. We got to take it back up, and then we can got a cord coming up. Let's try different. Again, nothing coming from these wires. Let's see. Let's try a different wire and see. Let's try this one and see what's going on with this. Seems like this or I got a break in it somewhere. All right, let's park that. Let's try. So let's see, we got this one here, we getting something out of it. So let's do this other side. So this wire here is good. So you see, if I would I got to put that label that as a bad wire. So pretty much if I had put that wire in here, I would end up with a problem, because no, I would have had a code come up for knock sensor, and it's the wire harness. So I got to label this as bad. I'll leave the sensor on there so I don't lose the sensor, but I'll just label it as wire harness not good. All right, so we got a good wire harness. So we just put this back up and then put that sensor in there and then start to build back up. Let's pass that on. We're going to take this bracket off so we can pass it under the water pipe and mount it back up. So guys, I'm bolting back in the knot sensor. Sometimes if you got these cars park up, when you got these cars like these VQs park up for a while, the squirrel and sometimes the rats get down there, they bite that knot sensor wire up. So sometimes when you're going along, you see the cord come up. It don't really stop you from getting emission, but it's in the system, in the computer. So when you go to scan it, if you scan it, you see a knot sensor come up. So that's where part of your knot sensor is. For those of you who don't know, all right, now I gotta look for a harness and swap this the fuel rail harness. So, guys, I ain't going nowhere. Just looking to see if I have a harness somewhere around here for that car. Looking for a fuel rail harness. Gotta try to see if we see one. We gotta find one. Guys, I ain't going nowhere. You might not see me in the video, but I'm here looking for a harness. I'm looking somewhere around here to see if I got a harness, guys. Hopefully we could find one. We look around here good, we should find a harness somewhere. I use back the same intake. All right, so we find I think we got an intake here. So we check this out and see what's different. What's different with this harness to compare to this harness that we take off? This have, we gotta figure out where this going. This is a knock sensor wire right here. So what the hell? This is a knock sensor wire. So that's what part shit get through off, because pretty much, so that tells me directly somebody went inside of this motor, because you see this is the knock sensor wire pretty much right here, and the wires that pretty much, these wires are, the rock probably bite these off or something, right? So this is the wire right I just did a continuity test on. So this is part of this fuel rail right here. So we can take that off. We can use about this same fuel rail. We can use about the original fuel rail that come off of the car. And what we're gonna do, we're going to take this wire off. You can see this on board right here, so somewhere I take this off, so we're going to bolt this back up. We go back with the original fuel rail. We're going to take this off of here. So this is a knock sensor, pretty much that was wrapped onto this. And this would have been wrapped right under here like this. And I don't have a knock sensor wire on there. So we park that. And we can go back with the original, because I had this here thrown on the shelf. So, I mean, this is good too, but we'll just go back with the original that came out, because we already put a knock sensor in there. The injectors are sitting all the way back there. And then we had, pretty much because we just had this sitting on the shelf, all the dust could have probably blocked the injectors, the injector right here. So then that might cause problem. I should have had it into something, but that's all right. We'll just should have had it into a plastic bag or something, so we don't have that. We got no issues with the injectors, with the dust blocking the injector ports and stuff like that. See, like how these are already clean in there. So that one would have probably got some dust on it. So we ain't gonna take the chances with that. What we're gonna do, we're gonna bolt this in place. And then we will, as I said, what we're gonna do, we're gonna put some silicone on that gasket. Just a light silicone. Because the distance that we had to go to get this up, really don't want to go pull it back down if we got an intake leak. So I always like to play it safe. Some folks might would have said, hey man, you don't need to put, it's a metal gasket, you don't need to put no you don't need to put any silicone on there. But I ain't taking no chances. I need it to fire up and move. So old boy daddy could get, old grandpa could get moving now. All right, so guys, I'm gonna turn the camera a little bit so you can see what I'm doing right here with this So we can put a bolt right here and bolt this bracket up. All right, let's get back here. So we're gonna do, I'm gonna put a little bit of, let's move the camera a little closer. So we got some metal gaskets in here. Guys, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. And if you haven't subscribed us yet, guys, please subscribe to erebuilds. So every time we upload or come live, you'll be the first one to get it. So see guys, we got a metal gasket on here. So we could use this, we're going to use this back. But as I said, we could just go ahead and put a little silicone around this. We're just doing this to make sure that this engine starts. This is not the motor that we're going to use in here. We just want to make sure it starts, make sure, because this engine already in here, we just want to make sure this engine run, or all of the electricals, pretty much everything is working electrical, and turn this motor. And then we're going to take this motor out, because what we got to do, all of this engine bay and everything pretty much got to get cleaned up. But we don't want to take the motor out not knowing if it's good. We already here already, just got to wire it back up. And then I'm not going to put the dash completely together. I'm just going to rest the harness there, connect all of the harness together, and that will tell me pretty much and try to fire it up. As long as it fire up, then I would just take everything back out, because I just want to make sure that this engine, if it's good, because it got low miles on it, and as I see visibly inspecting it, it's in good shape. So we just don't want to pelt it outside and we don't know what's going on with it. So it's always good to know, and it's not like say that we ought to rush it through. We're not going to rush it through. We're just going to take our time and get the car built, so we'll know that if we go out there and blow the next motor that we're putting in here, we'll know that we got a good motor, good top end, good bottom end. We're just going to use a little touch. Let me just put this right there. You don't want to build it up. You just want to just put it at least it will seal. And I use this silicone from the Toyota dealer. This black silicone. This shit is bad. I like using this, man. I don't get the one from AutoZone because to me that red one or the gray one don't hold like this one right here. Yes, guys. So you could be chasing your tail when you just get a car and you want to start whatever if it's a car that you're pretty much buying for yourself to keep the driver, daily driver. You pretty much see what I'm going through with this, and this supposed to be just issues with the motor, and clearly you see it got all the electrical issues that are going on there. But I'm not worried about it because I love doing this stuff. So it don't worry me at all. All right, so we just put a little bit around the gasket now, and we drop that ZHZ 1359. Where you checking it from? This car is more expensive than my life. Nah, man. Can't put a price on life. All right, guys, we're gonna put this back down now. This fuel reel. So we put that silicone there, extra precaution, guys. So now we're gonna move the I'm gonna put that, bolt this down. Then what I'm gonna do, guys, I'm gonna run the engine harness. Now I got the intake off. I'm just gonna go ahead and run the engine harness in right here now. Things will be a lot better. So let's put this, run some bolts in here. Guys, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Guys, give the video a thumbs up. So if you guys just joining us on this grandfather drift build, new drift build series. So pretty much you're wondering what we're doing, what I'm doing. This car had it's supposed to be, had a, bought it from the auction, supposed to be like a motor issue, but then further diagnosing it, it had electrical issue. So what I decided to do is to rewire the whole complete car from the dash all the way back outside to the engine. So I had to lift the intake, take out the injector rails and everything, because the knock sensor was like whoever had the car or went out the car, they had a lot of wires running, electrical issues going on. So that's why I had to do all that, make sure I got the right proper harness in there. So now we're going back up with it, because what we want to do is this is not the engine that we're going to use. It's going to be a VQ engine, but I just want you guys to tune in so you can see what I'm doing with that VQ motor. But we just want to make sure that this car is start up, because it's not starting. It got problem communicating with the CAN bus system. It had issue with the CAN bus system. So we just want to make sure we get all of that straightened out before we press on with the motor that we're going to use in here. Because there's no point rushing and putting the car together and they got electrical issues and then we got to pull it all the way apart. So now we're here, we might as well just try to rectify the electrical issues. And by doing that, we got to make sure that we put it together, make sure it start, turn over, start, everything working, and then we just start the build going. Yeah, this is the first phase of getting this motor running. Guys, and if you haven't deal with these VQ motors, especially on the electrical side, if you got an issue with the BCM or the BCM or the fuse box, the main fuse box right here, the IPBM right here inside the engine compartment, and they're not communicating with each other, the car will never start. I don't care what you do, it's never going to start. Everything got to be online. So when you put the scanner on there and it's not communicating on the CAN bus system, they're not coming online. One of these units, whether the fuse box, the BCM, or the computer, you got issues, the car will never going to start. All right, guys, you might miss me for a minute, but I ain't going nowhere. Just going to collect this harness. The CAN bus system pretty much is the, I'll bring it. All right, let me just, instead of telling you, I'll explain it to you better by showing you. The CAN bus system is like it's a network. Pretty much is a network. Like if you have a network like you know, if the whole complete is a network. So someone asked what's the CAN bus system. So let me show you. So pretty much it's like a network. This is the BCM. This is the key. This is the main fuse box. And this is a computer. So this is a network. So if this is offline, it's called the CAN bus system, right? So if this is offline, off of the network, pretty much the car not going to start. So all these here got to be communicating with each other. So everything got to send all the information to the computer, and then the computer now will pretty much navigate how this car is going to perform. So the issue that I'm having, that this pretty much is not coming online. And if you notice, and let me just put this on fall. So I bought one of these from because it had the old one had a big burn mark in there. So pretty much this had electrical issues, and pretty much it looked like the knock sensor, someone went on there and run some wires trying to get it start. But the issue was with this fuse box. This fuse box right here controls this function of this motor, pretty much. The computer tells this what to do. So if this not working, nothing here ain't gonna work. And if you notice, you look in here, and this is a common thing with these, look in there, you can see there's some burn mark pretty much in there. So it had a bad arc somewhere. It had to get arc somewhere along the line because of somebody was trying to see. If you could probably look in there. I don't know, probably a little too close. And you could look in here and you could see some burn marks in there. So that's pretty much, that's explain it right there in a nutshell. So if I ever run into any of these, that pretty much when I put the scanner on it first to do like a diagnostic, and if the car not starting, I check to see if everything online, all of these communicating with each other. So if it communicate with each other, that means now I would just check for fuel, you know what I mean, and so forth. So with this car in particular, after I run into that issue, I want to get pretty much a whole set and put in this and realize I doing the same thing. So now I know that I got electrical issue. Further diagnosing, then we had the knock sensor wire pretty much somebody had two wires for the knock sensor. I don't know how the hell to get that though. This is the knock sensor wire, original wire, but you can see that the knock sensor is not on it. But what's common with these is that because they have a big opening under the motor, like if you got this car parked, let's say in your yard, or you know, if you live pretty much anywhere that you, like rats or squirrel, they go right in the center of this motor. And the first thing they do is bite that knock sensor wire off. And pretty much that, you can see this is pretty much what happened over here. They bought that, eat that knock sensor wire off, and someone decided that what they're gonna do, they're gonna run that they was gonna run a wire over here for the knock sensor. See, there's the knock sensor right here. But that didn't work. So it seems like what they did, they caused a whole electrical issue with the car. All right, guys, don't go nowhere. I'll be right back. I'm just going to get the harness for this car, guys. All right. So Georgette Martin, 1473. All right, so no, this. If you're speaking of this is not gonna stop. So, guys, this is some of the harness. We gotta go and get more harness. We just showing you what we gotta do. We got more harness we gotta bring. It's a lot of work. What's up, everybody? Alright guys, so this is our, we're going to separate these harnesses now. We're going to wire the whole car. We're going to rewire the whole car. This harness right here is our under dash harness. So let's put this over here. That's our under dash harness right there. This is our engine harness right here. And this one right here, guys, this is the so you see this, guys, if you just joining us, or if you was on the live with us earlier, I was speaking about numbers. So you see this number here, right here, this part number, which is 240 12 CD 003. If I was to take the harness that pretty much came out of this car, right? If I was to take this harness, put in this car, and then take the engine harness from the one that I take off and put on this car not going to start, right? So this is what I was talking about earlier, this number right here. I like to keep these, everything in line. Because I find with these VQs, if they're not in order, run by part numbers, this car will never start. Unless you get some of that, you know, bad with the electronics to redo the whole thing. But for some reason, the years make a difference. On the pinouts, they'll be different. That's why I realized that with these. So you got this box on here. All right, so just want to show you a little bit of what I'm talking about. So, all right, so this stay there, don't move. All right, so you see, this is the one that came out of here, right? As you can see, I bought this pretty much off of eBay, but I have the original box that comes with this car. And if you notice, this part number here is different to this part number. And both of these cars are 03s. You understand? So it could be the production year that makes a difference. So now you see that one is this is 003. See this one here now. See if you look at this now, this says CD 005. So if I was to mix match this harness, although they're the same year, this car not going to start. So I'm assuming that one, that's what part of the problem generate from with this car, because they could have changed the engine harness, and they pretty much didn't have an idea what's going on with this car. So that's why they run into that problem. So we're gonna move this out of the way, back out of the way, since I just explain it to you. But funny enough, I can move the old the horn the pretty much the three units, which is the key, the computer, and the BCM, and I could have put it into this car, and it would swing it. But this is the one that we're gonna use. So we're gonna rewire the whole car. So we can just leave this off to the side. You know, we could have actually put this in first. Send out this here. Could have do the engine harness after. Could do it. Let's move this over to the side. And drop the gate. It's getting a little chilly. Chilly and chilly. You're welcome. All right, so we're gonna start by putting in the firewall harness. All right, so now we're gonna try to fish this wire in. We got all this stuff down here. Still gotta check it out. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna you might hear a little bit of noise, doing a little bit of vacuum. We got some dust and stuff down behind the back. So The vacuum will make a little noise, but it won't be long. I mean, I gotta take it up back, but I just want to get that dust out of the way. Leaves and all that. All right, so we're gonna do a little bit of, you're gonna hear a little bit of noise, guys. Guys, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, guys. Give the video a thumbs up, guys. If you have already, thanks for subscribing. Thanks for the thumbs up. Thanks for the sharing. We here at erebuilds always appreciate you. You could have been doing 1,000,001 things, but you tune in right here with erebuilds. on the live. We got a plug. So we're gonna start to run in some harness now. What's up? Thanks for checking in. Thanks for tuning in. Guys, right now you're here live with Grandpa himself. Grandpa himself, guys. So if you're just tuning in with us, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for staying locked in. So we're wearing this whole complete car because they have electrical issue. So guys, you notice what I did? I take you gotta pretty much move the dash in order for this wire to sit back down. In here, we had to move the dash. Pretty much we had to take the dash wires out too. We just want to make sure this car start, so we know we don't got any electrical issues when we start the rear build of the project. But if you start to build the project and you have electrical issues, that's where all the stress starts. Guys, I'm hoping that you can hear my audio clearly. If you can hear my audio clearly, guys, put a thumbs up on it. Alan Rebuild, you can hear my audio clearly? Let's move some of that out of the way. Guys, if you're just joining us on the live, we actually be wearing this whole car because I have some electrical issues, so we can't start the build unless we get Guys, my mic gone. My audio is gone, gone, guys. And the rain is falling. So, you can't hear me, so it don't make sense. Or should I continue without the audio? Yeah, you hearing me now because I'm right next to the phone. So, should I continue without the audio? Or should I pause, come back next week with the audio? Because obviously, my battery is going down. I really don't want to come off the live right now. But with the battery low, no audio, I want you guys to hear what I'm doing, understand what I'm doing. So the phone audio, you can hear me right here because I'm standing up, but if I'm standing in the way over there, you might not hear me clearly. So the mic pretty much gone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It's okay now? Auto rebuilds, can you hear me? All right, let's continue then. You can hear me. So these wires right here, pretty much what our focus here we're gonna do is just to connect the battery wire. Then we're gonna put the engine harness on and then the underdash harness. We're gonna mate them together. And then because these is for the airbag right here. These are the horn wires. You got the ABS. You got this for the window washer bottle. We don't need all that to start the car. And this is the fan for the fan. We don't need all that. So we could just let these hang right here. We're gonna connect this ground, that ground over there. and we can connect our grounds and stuff like that. So we got 1, 2, 3 ground wires. So we got to connect those. So we gotta take time and tighten these ground wires because it would be a lot easier if we had the radiator support off, but we don't want to take all that off right now. It have to come off, but we don't want to go through all that. We just want to try to start the motor. So we gotta fish the wires in. When we hear the motor turn over, then we'll just pull the car apart. That's one ground. We're gonna net a little ground right here. We're gonna net a ground wire under here. Now we gotta. So this is a 10 millimeter ground wire right here. Try to get this here tightened up. You want to take it slow. All right, that's that. All right. Let me put a bolt in this on. Oh, it don't look bad. Guys, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, guys. We got a bucket of bolts here, guys. Give the video a thumbs up, guys. And if you have subscribed already, thanks for subscribing to erebuilds. All right. This is the fun part here now, guys. Part of the fun part. This is the engine harness now. That's that right there. So we're gonna make this right here. This is the part that we can start doing the mating already. See if you can see what I'm doing. All right, guys. So see these three wires right here made the this gonna make the under dash harness, which is the computer. This is gonna make the computer with the firewall harness, and then on the end of the firewall harness is this dash computer. This under dash harness. This is what will make the complete system. But we won't be able to do all of this tonight, guys. Cause don't forget we start early this morning, so from 12 o'clock. So right now, it's getting late. So next Saturday, we'll be right back here to do connection and the starting, guys. Because as you can see, we do so this is our gearbox. This is going on the manual box. So we got to get this down here. And this is the crankshaft sensor. And these wires right here, these two wires here is for the oxygen sensor, the downstream sensors. These two wires right here is your downstream oxygen sensor. This is a starter wire. We got a bracket under there we gotta take off. The harness bracket, we gotta take that off because we already have one on there already. What's up, guys? Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for checking in, guys. Thanks for staying locked in. Guys, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, guys. Still locked in with this build series. We already have this bracket on here already, so we don't need to have that on there. We're not even putting these on there because we're taking this back out anyway. We just want to make sure it starts. We just get out of the way, hose. get my light. Where's the light? On the roof. Guys, I'm just fishing this wire down the back. Just fitting it in. Snug it in. All right. Where is that main plug? The main plug. Wait, hold on, man. Wire here. Twisting up. Wire need twisting up, man. Right, like that. Like that. Whew. All right, guys, so we get that in there. So next Saturday, we got to end the live now. So next Saturday, we'll be right back here on the live, continue this build, guys, build series. So next week, we'll start it. We'll show you how we put the inside in, the inside harness and everything. And we'll finish, layer this out. We'll finish, put this together. And then we'll put the Plenum back on and start this car, see if this engine turning. So we did a lot for today. So guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Tune back in Saturday. We'll be right here at figure around 11 o'clock with this project. Continue this project build, guys. So thanks for watching. Thanks for subscribing. And if you haven't subscribed yet, can you please go ahead and hit that subscribe button, guys. We here at erebuilds. Always appreciate you. Thanks. We love you. Any part of the world you at, big shout out from erebuilds. Until next week, tune in. Thanks for watching again.